Hello. A couple of seconds late here, but hopefully everyone is doing well. We're not going to start our first sprint until 10, so roughly a 10-minute warning. As it says on the screen, I will be reading Anna K. Away because I'm trying to be a good book club host and actually read my book in the month that I said we were supposed to read. Even though the live show probably won't be until next Saturday, which is technically February, but it is what it is. That live hasn't been scheduled, so okay. So feel free to let me know what you guys are going to read down below. I think the last time I did sprints on Wednesday, I did sprints on Wednesday. We did like 6, and that was fine with me. So I'm open to that. I didn't really have any plan. This was very spur of the moment. So excited. They're sprinting today now to figure out what to read and eat. Okay, that sounds a little hard. You have to figure out 2 things, but hopefully one of them is easier than the other. Hello, Kayla. Hello, welcome. Be reading The Wolf of Orinyaro. I feel like it's very popular. Is that the Bitch Queen series, like one of them? Or is that a different series? Hello. You're going to be reading Act Your Age, Eve Brown. Love that for you. I don't think I'm ever going to read it, but I hear that one's a lot of people's favorites. Hello, Carlina. Going to be reading For Your Own Good. Hello. You think it is the Bitch Queen? Okay. Hello. Everybody's saying hello. Nobody's telling me what they're reading. Although I care because I'm interested to know what people are reading. But I don't think I would ever be like, oh, you're reading that, I'm going to read that too. Probably because I have gotten into this habit. I used to tell myself that I don't do TBRs. And then over the course of the past year, I started doing these projects that are essentially TBRs. But I don't do them. I'm not going to film a TBR video for this project. Decided on the 100,000 Kingdoms by N.K. Jemisin. Love that for you. I don't think I would ever read that. I tried reading that one once. I think was it 2019? Maybe it was 2020. Right before, the world went to hell in a handbasket. So I guess it had to be 2019. I told myself that I was going to read one of my friends, my first booktube friend, Heather. It's like that's one of her favorite books. And so for her birth month, I was like, I'm going to read Heather's favorite books. And I checked it out and I DNF'd that on page 2. But that story aside, I hope that you have a wonderful time reading it because, like I said, it's her favorite book or one of her favorites. So hopefully you have a good time. Hello. You just started Death on the Nile. Love that for you. I think I would watch I don't know if that's controversial because Mr. Cannibal is in it. Maybe it's controversial, and Miss Anti-Vaccine, but I feel like that's a story I would watch, and I don't know if I really care about Miss Agatha like that. I don't think I care, but I hope that you have a good time. It's, stood the test of time. You're going to finish Amari. I haven't started that. Probably won't ever start it, but I love that for you. In my dreams, I hold a knife. Interesting. Hopefully you have a good time. If I finish Anna K. Away, one of my goals is to start another project where Monet picked books for me to read and I don't trust them, but one of them is a thriller and I can't renew it from the library. So I kind of want to get that read this weekend as well. Hello. You're going to try and get through Empty Bottles Full of Stories by Robert M. Drake and R.H. Sin, as well as finish some others. Very ambitious, it sounds like. I guess I don't know how much you have left of these books, but it sounds ambitious. Also, for those of us just joining, first sprint is going to be in like 6. Well, at this point, it's practically 5 minutes at 10. You're reading Elantris. Actually, I don't love that for you. I've heard nothing but horrible things about Elantris. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that they enjoy that book. So hopefully you're having a good time. You're gonna finish off mediocre. Just have the conclusion. Love that for you. Are you reading that for Jess's book club or just because you want to read it? You're going to try and read some Mistborn, still reading Razorblade Tears. You're about a third of the way through Crying in H Mart. Makes you hungry. Interesting. That's a memoir, right? I don't think I do memoirs, but I love that for the culture. You're starting Aristotle and Dante dive into the waters of the world. I actually have not heard anything about that book. I mean, I knew that it was coming out and I knew that some people were excited, but I haven't heard any of those people actually talk about that book. And maybe that's because who is that man? The author is like weird, apparently. I don't know anything about the man, but that's the only thing I've heard about in relation to that book is that the author is weird. And so people were sad, but also kind of looking forward to it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm conflating. You're going to read The Personal Librarian, Barracoon, or ignore them both and start something new. Love that for you. Sounds like me. I've been ignoring books since the last time I did reading sprints. So my February ambitions are looking even more foolish at the moment. You're reading a nonfic Red Lip Theology. You're reading that on Wednesday, weren't you? That title sounds very familiar. You're doing homework and reading that, if I remember correctly. You're going to try and get through more of Jade Legacy. You are my goodness. Wow. I mean, I know what death you're talking about because I don't think there's too many deaths in that book, especially if we only have 140 pages to go. But love that for you. I couldn't have taken my time with this book the way I see other people taking their time. I needed to know. I needed answers. Where was I? This one. Elantris is great. If it's the first Anderson. Okay. I mean, I have a hard time believing that anything that man writes is great. Like, I think that it was Monet was it Monet? Yeah, Monet describes like the blade itself as Joe Abercrombie just like writing this world and sharing it with you. And I think that Brandon Sanderson does the same thing where it's like those books are not for the reader. Like those books were written for Brandon Sanderson and he just kind of was like, here, you guys can read it too. Not Elantris. Let me get this off the screen because I'm not talking about Elantris. I've only ever read The Way of Kings, but it very much is like, yeah, I wrote this and I'm going to share it with you guys, but like, it's not for you. Like, this is all for me. Nothing in this book is for the reader. So, like, I love that people love him, but I feel like nothing in his books are actually what people describe. I think that it's very clear that the man has taken a lot of thought for things, but I think that that thought is not the actual like complexity that people tell me it is. Like it's just not. It's just meaningless details to me. His worlds do not feel inhabited or lived in, even though they're expansive. Like the man has written in the same universe for like 10 books, and yet somehow the universe does not feel real or vibrant. So hate that for him. I feel like there's definitely things that he could, improve on, but he will never improve on because all people do is praise him for the mediocrity that he has provided for like 2 decades almost. But that's just my opinion. Where was I? I'm happy you enjoyed Elantris, though. Yes, it's a memoir. It's very emotional. You got your nose pierced. I love that for you. 1 minute warnings. I should probably move through these faster. It's a great strategy. I don't know. I missed that. All month. Okay, that's fair. If you are an emotional reader, it could be very stressful. You're nerding out by taking notes and reading it slower. Hello. That's interesting. Yeah, like he's just like, I wrote this really what I think is a really cool thing. You guys can read it too, but it's not for me. Like it's not for me, it's not for anybody else. Even if I were to continue on, like I think that there's something about a middle ground between like very purpley and just very straight to the point. And he is just all straight to the point. And I'm just like, this is boring. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? I think that you can tell that I don't think that Brandon Sanderson actually imagines the world that he writes. And so there's nothing for me to imagine either. But with that said, it is practically like time for me to start the sprint. So I should probably get the timer up, which I have not done. So let me do that. But then I will see everybody back here in 25 minutes and we can continue our discussion on Brandon Sanderson and the things that you guys read. Welcome back, readers. That was 25 minutes. I made it to 11% of the audiobook, which is page 31, because this book is less than 300 pages, apparently. But it's fine. It's just as good the second time as it was the first time. So I'm pretty happy. I have no complaints. Welcome, Aaron, who acquired lunch. So no reading happened. What did you order? What did you make? I'm happy that you are here. You joined in like the middle of the first sprint, so we still have at least 3, but maybe more, because again, this wasn't planned. Didn't read anything. I don't know why you're like this, but hopefully you were otherwise productive. The next sprint will be 45. 45. That's a good time to sprint. So like roughly 9 minutes. 20 pages of Empire of Sand. 7%, and you're tentatively enjoying the book. Okay, what's the book? What are you listening to? Got through 6%. You just bought Malice by Heather Walter. Love that for you. I gave that 4 out of 5 stars last year. It's a great time. Alice is that girl. You love to see it. 24 pages. Hello. You made some ramen. Okay. You read 15 pages. Not sure how much you read, but you only got 14 minutes. Sounds like you'll be finishing your audiobook in the next sprint. 8% done. Favorite just got her blood rubies from the summer court. The way that means nothing to me. I know that like I read that book, but that means nothing to me. You read 3% of Burning God, and Ren is something. Love that for Ren. Personally, haven't read that series, but I'm hoping you're having a good time. You're reading Fate of the Fallen. That was a busy bee book club book, I think. I didn't read it, but I remember discussions happening. I think they were positive. 14 pages. You're nearly halfway through Burning God. Love that. You got through 20 pages of Crying in H Mart. It's between House of Rust, or is it Kaiki? Kaikii? I don't know. But I've heard really good things about the second book. I've not heard anything about Rust. House of Rust, my bad. You didn't read, but you cleaned. Sounds productive. We love to see it. 12% of Electric Idol. Interesting. I think that I was really interested in like looking into this like universe that Katie Roberts was doing over there until I think those are like source books, Casablanca, which their books have been ass anytime that I've picked something up from them. So I didn't trust it. I think the third one, the little Wicked Beauty situation, is like a Helen of Troy with Achilles and Patroclus, and I just said let the Greeks rest. So I am officially asking. I know Electric Idol is Psyche, isn't that the Eros and Psyche story? But still, I need Katie to let it go. I need Katie to let it go. Have I read a page? No. Do I want her to let it go? Yes, desperately. I am begging at this point to let the Greeks go. To let them go. Go back to her little mafia roots or something. It was a busy bee book club book. You gave it 3 stars. That sounds pretty fair. That's a good time. It could have been much worse. You're gonna start Fairest. Is this the Lunar Chronicles short story collection Fairest? Or is there another book called Fairest that I'm unaware of? Feel free to enlighten me. You're going to start reading Daughters of Nri and you're enjoying it. Okay, I love that for you. I feel like when that cover came out, everyone was really loving the Daughters of Nri cover. But I don't think I've heard anybody ever talk about that book in my time. Let me go to Goodreads. Maybe one of my friends actually reviewed it and I just didn't know. Let's see here. Go to search. Daughters of Nari. Personally, I don't think I like. Yeah, I didn't like this cover. I thought this cover was ugly, but I remember people were here for it. Yeah, nobody I know really read this book. Gavin gave it 3 stars. That's about it. That's the only person I know. Do I take book recommendations from him? No, but he gave it 3 stars. Yes, it is the Lunar Chronicles. You read the Katie book about Hades and Persephone's. She needs to let. Yeah, I mean, um, what was I doing? What was I doing? Oh yeah, I want her to let him go. I haven't read a single page. Maybe they're like the best pages that anybody's ever read, like written about them. But I think she needs to let him go. I think it's okay. We can let him go, Katie. Between what I've heard about her, I think she can let him go. And when she be what was I doing? I was just minding my business and somebody retweeted her little I dated the Dragon King fan art onto my timeline. And I just want to know who asked for that art besides Katie, because I was disturbed. I am mentally scarred from her little fan art that she sat there and commissioned. Same. Okay, you also haven't heard anybody talk about it. Maybe Jesse's read it. Maybe that could. It's very possible. Neon Goods was. I didn't think it would be. Didn't think it would be. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Is the illustration stunning? Yes. But for me, the typography is very important on a cover. And oftentimes I find that a lot of illustrations are ruined with horrendously ugly typography. And when I look at Daughters of Nri, the typography is ugly. It's I don't care if it's culturally significant, it's ugly. And that's where my eyes go, because it's the title of the book. So you can have a wonderfully beautiful illustration and a hideously ugly title. And so exactly. Like Daniel Green, Breach of Peace, like the actual beach, like the illustration behind it, the fan art that he commissioned is beautiful. His little friend that he hired to throw word art on the title of his book, ugly. Now Rebels Creed, that's just ugly in the in the type and in the illustration. You read Neon Gods and you didn't like it. We figured you'd give Electric Idol a chance, and it's pretty boring. I mean, based on what I have heard of her stories, I'm not surprised. I hate that for you. I would say that if you are bored, feel free to DNF. Just DNF. Just I can't do it, but I will always suggest others do. You agree? Hello, happy you could be here. Exactly. Like sometimes I'd be looking at people's covers, like when authors announce, like, "Oh, I got a book deal," or "My book has a cover. Here's the cover reveal." I'm just like, "There's no way you like this. Like, there's just no way you like this, because that type is ugly. It's ugly, and that's the actual name of your book. Like, the typing is ruining it." I mean, I'm okay with people on the cover. I really don't care as long as the font is fine. And I think that what is it? I think historical romance can never go wrong, because the fonts that they get, like the cover font is always pretty. So it don't matter what they do with the background on them historical romances, whether it's illustrated, whether it's a clutch cover, because the font be slapping every time. But everyone else, it'd be hit and miss. You feel like so many self-published. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I also think that, like with Daniel Green, I don't understand why he hired an artist that is not a cover artist and then just had somebody else throw font on the cover. Like it's weird. It's weird. It's a weird little corner that he decided to cut. But it is 25. And I said that we would read. Did I just say 25? It's 45. I mean, the character descriptions be the same. So one, when I guess I can talk about this. One, when you have like 5 cover artists who do majority of YA, specifically who do YA fantasy, they're gonna look the same. And 2, when the characters have the same description, there's only but so many ways, um, you need them because you can't do yeah, that's fair. I wasn't gonna say Miss Charlie, because Charlie doesn't like the blacks, she be coming for the blacks, but, when the characters all describe the same, I'm also like, I don't know what the cover artist is supposed to do. Like when they get the little character sheet, and the character sheet is always, raven-haired love interest with dark broody eyes, light-haired love interest with seawater eyes. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? But what we are going to do is do some reading because it's 40 now it's 46. So y'all made a liar out of me. So we will be back in 25 minutes and we can continue this discussion. Welcome back, readers. I see that you guys had a lovely conversation about Miss Charlie in the chat. I made it to page 68, so 23% of this book is done. I'm listening to this at 3 times speed. And I still think that I could probably read this on my own faster. But I'm gonna keep reading with the audiobook. So that is what it is. Maybe I'll switch over eventually because I do feel like this is taking forever. But I'm having a good time. I'm still enjoying the story. I love Anna Kay. Looking forward to what Jenny Lee comes out with next. That's adult. I think Jenny. No, that's a different author I'm thinking of. Definitely thinking of a different person. So love that. Yeah, I don't feel the need to go back through the Charlie discussion, but I agree with everything you guys were saying for the most part. So maybe you were right about Aitmata. She is like Aitmata is doing what she needed to do. And she's that girl. She's that girl. You're not reading, you're cleaning. I think someone else is cleaning. So as long as you know you're being productive, I love that for you. 5% more, 20 pages of Miss Oren Yarrow. I love this for you. Anna Kay ruined me. Anna Kay Away also ruined me. But I love it. I love it here. You ate lunch, so you didn't read. Love that. Or as much. You did read because you told us you read, 5%. You made it to page 392. I don't know if both of these editions have the same number of pages, but let me just try and get an accurate depiction so I can visualize. Okay, so you're almost done. Almost. There's not, at least if you're reading this physical copy, this hardback, you'd almost be done. So okay, love that for you. Seems like you're enjoying this book a lot more than I enjoyed that one. So congratulations. You finished mediocre. You really enjoyed it. Okay. I don't know what you'll read next either, but hopefully you enjoy it just as much as you enjoyed mediocre. You read another 13% and you're going to DNF. Hate to see it, but I love this for you. 25 pages and you're so close to tears. You're listening to Muse of Nightmares, 30-ish pages. I know that Monet really loves that, which tells me everything I need to know that I don't need to read it. You DNF'd one of your books and you worked on an audio, 16 pages, 30 pages, and you don't care. I have not read In My Dreams, I Hold a Knife. I've heard some really glowing praise for this book, though, and so I'm just kind of like, okay, sure. You had, what was for lunch? That's what the girlies want to know. And by girlies, I mean me. You don't know what you're in the mood for, so you started journaling. Okay, I love that. Yeah, Erin, as she said, is reading Akamath. I mean, it wasn't the worst thing that I read either, but it didn't work for me. It didn't work. I think that Miss Sarah tried to do some things in Akamath that they don't work. I also think that it's really not fair because every time I read a Sarah J. Maas book, I do judge it against the Throne of Glass series because she revisits a lot of these themes. And I'm just like, sis, you already wrote the war book. You already wrote it. There's 7 books. I read them. So it's like, I don't understand what you're trying to get me to believe about this little war you're trying to set up here because I don't believe it. I also just hate being in Feyre's head. I hate that so much. Nothing about that was enjoyable for me because Feyre's an idiot. She's an idiot who knows nothing and nobody tells her things. And so when characters are like revealed to be a certain way, She just kinda goes with it, and I'm like, "Do you have some independent critical thinking skills? Like, do you?" Asking for a friend. "You're gonna finish Akamath today?" "Okay, I think it's possible." Like you said, it's only 200 pages, so I love Monet dearly. I love her dearly. I am about to as soon as I finish Anna K Away, which I probably won't do well, if we do 6 sprints, I might get close. Um, I might get close to finishing this because it's very thin. But after I finish this, my goal is to start one of the books that she has chosen for me to read for this reading vlog that probably won't happen until March. But I need to read it now because it's due back at the library. And so I'm going to read things that she has told me to read, none of which she has actually read. But there are certain books that Monet has read and loved that I know are not for me. And so I feel very confident. And I know that Monet would say the same thing about books that I have loved. And that's fine. It's okay. I am secure in that. You know, just like when Aaron be reading books, I know that some of those books that Aaron reads are not for me. And I think that's very valuable because I think that as people do these like taste tests, reading people's books, videos, I do wonder sometimes the selection process when I see people picking the books because I'm like, these people read a wide array. You had a lot of content material to read from. So like setting myself up for failure is not something I do in my life. So I would not pick up Strange the Dreamer because I would be setting myself up for failure. And that's okay. Like that's for Monet. She owns more she has already given Laini Taylor all the money that Laini Taylor needs. She gave her my piece. The piece of the pie that she would have got for me buying a Laini Taylor book, Monet already paid. She already got it. You had a buffalo chicken salad. Love that for you. You're starting Brown Girls by Daphne. I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this in my life. Let me open up my friend the Goodreads app so we can all learn. Also, I did not say let's do 25 because 2 minutes is not enough, especially if I'm over here fucking around on Goodreads trying to. Okay, this is an interesting cover. I have heard of this. I have heard of this. Okay, I did look when I was doing my like anticipated, anti-anticipated. This came up. Okay, the group of friends and their immigrant families. Okay, interesting. A poetic story for anyone who has longed to leave home only to find that home resides within you. I feel like that's a very generic thing that we be reading in literary fiction, especially when it comes to like non-white people. Like that's a very generic theme. Love that. You know, love that. The cover is pretty for those playing the home. I mean, it's kind of pretty. I don't know if I really fuck with like these like floating letters. I feel like I would like some more floating letters. But it is what it is. She is the most pitiful. I think Favor is the most pitiful of all Sarah's protagonists. Probably because, you know, she was a whole like 19. No, she was 18 in that first book. A whole 18 years old, couldn't read, couldn't write. All she could do was hunt and she used to paint. That's her. That's who she is. The most pitiful person. And what kills me about Akasif is that it illustrates how people continue to just not tell her shit. Like the person who was responsible, like she's supposed to be, you know, she's in the middle of it. She was our former protagonist, and years later, bitches still don't tell her crucial information. Oh, she was 19? Okay. She was a whole adult, illiterate. The illiterate representation nobody asked for. I don't know anybody who reads books and was like, you know what? We need let me not. Let me not. Let's not go there. Okay, you're probably gonna read The Betrothed next. Is that the new Kira Cass? Is that is that, is that the Kira Cass book? She did. Listen, here's the thing. I have never lied about reading things for clicks and views. never lied about reading things for clicks and views. But there would be, even in the times that I read things for clicks and views, it's something that I think I will get something out of. And I don't think I don't think I would get anything out of it. And so it's for the world's best that I don't read it. Truly, truly in the dark. She ain't never seen the sun a day in her life. Feyre literally let Tammin run her like he didn't sit by and watch her get used and abused under the. Listen, the gag is the gag is that Reese was also ass under the mountain. Nothing that happened under the mountain makes sense. Like that's the part. Like that's the thing that really kills me is that Sarah really sat there and set up a situation where any possible love interest would have to be a whole throw him away garbage man for everything that happened under the mountain. And you can try and give me explanations after the fact all you want about this, that, and the third. But the truth is, it's horrible. I mean, yeah, I love that for her, but I'm not gonna read them books. I read the selection. I had a really good time. I don't think it needed to be a series though, so I'm okay with not continuing on. Also, 2-minute warning for the sprint. I think it's two. I'd be using the little live counter, but yeah, it's a 2-minute warning. The way I could literally care less about her like him getting locked. I could care less because when he started locking her inside the house, um, like when he locked her inside the house, it was also like that didn't make any sense. Like the things that Tamlin did after that didn't make any sense to me. So I'm like, I'm not gonna really judge you for that because I'm not supposed to like you all of a sudden. So okay. I really enjoyed it, but I am also a Nesta person. Nesta is my character, and I think that even throughout the Akatar series, I think that they are the same person. I think that Nesta. Listen, I think it might be in A Court of Wings and Ruin. There's a moment that Nesta and Feyre have where they have a discussion and they're talking, and I said, "This is were y'all just like illiterate for this part of the whole book?" Because there was a clearly discussion here. You just started Velvet as the Knight? Okay, that's the, Mexico City one, right? Where there's, like, a missing girl or something? Noir book? Listen, it is a five-star read for me. It was a five-star read for me. If you hate The Inner Circle, Akasif is for you. I mean, I didn't hate The Inner Circle, but I like Akasif is my favorite in that world. I mean, you're not missing out if you don't read it. I mean, I like Kale. I hate that his name is pronounced Kale and not Kale, but I liked who he ended up with, so I don't really feel like he needs justice. Who he got is better. I can't imagine ever hating that girl. Yeah, she did. She did. It didn't make any sense. So I'm like, sure, what he's doing is horrible, but at the same time, like her new love interest was also horrible. Like Reese and when they were under the mountain, he talked about touching Feyre and how he could like rape her, but he wasn't going to. It's just weird. It was weird. So no, he's not a love interest, but it is the time I said it was going to be when we started reading again. So we're gonna read. We'll come back together. Might get some lunch. We'll see. We'll see. But I'll see you in 25 minutes. Welcome back, readers. I'm now on page 100 or so. So, love that for me. About to be 40% into this book. Love to see it. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that's happening in this book, which makes sense. I feel like this is the slowest little contemporary that I've read in a while, but that's fine with me personally. Is this off? That would explain a lot. Also, let me plug in my computer before it dies. That would be a good idea, I think. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Kale left. Love to see it. You watched a little bit of the Jade City live show Mella's doing, but you made it to page 414 of your book. Love that for you. I did not watch the live show. Clearly. 20 more pages and a lot is happening and you're loving it. You love to see it. You made it another 6%. Teddy doesn't need to be around people. Made it to page 222 of Air of Fire. The fact that you are rereading Air of Fire, I have questions because why? Why? Like, I think that if I were to ever reread the Throne of Glass books, I would just skip Air of Fire because I hate that book so much. So, like, why? I'm curious. Curious minds want to know. You didn't get around to reading anything, but you wrote a couple of reviews. I need to write a review. I also need to edit a vlog. That's what I should have been doing today instead of these reading sprints, but I'm edit tomorrow. 20 pages of your contemporary romance, 9% of a deal with the Elf King, 30 pages read. You can see I would take a bit into this. Jemison really likes to jump around in this one. Interesting. Love that for you. Oh, is this the 100,000 Kingdoms? Because I did, yeah. I think this is what this one was, unless it's a different one. Absolutely nothing has happened in these 400 pages. They're just hanging around the night court and traveling and hanging around. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. My issue with A Court of Mist and Fury is that it is supposed to be like this little bridgey moment between whatever happened under the mountain and this looming threat of war. And yet we are locked into Feyre's head. And so all the things that people are doing are happening in the heads of characters that we don't see. Like there is no, oh yeah, we're getting ready for this. We're about to do the moment. We're gonna do this. It doesn't happen. Like we don't see any of that. So when I'm just like, why? Like, what are we? There's a war that's about to happen, which is why I think that Throne of Glass is better because it's Throne of Glass is not first. We get multiple perspectives. We jump around first of all, and two, the whole after Crown of Midnight, and even at the end of Crown of Midnight, like we are clearly setting up for whatever the bigger plot is. So, and I think that the first book in this series being something that's like, okay, get into the world, and then the second book you get like the larger picture is fine with me. I think that is a fine request. But Akamath is they're also just shorter. Like Court of that, like you said, is 600 pages, and A Crown of Midnight is like 300, 400 pages. Normal size books. Another 26 pages. Here's the thing. I do not care about Manon Blackbeak, Queen of the Cochrane Witches, the Steel Teeth Witches. I don't care. I don't care about her at all. And when I had to keep going back to Manon Blackbeak of the Iron Tooth Witches, I was like, Sarah, is this like a metaphor? Is this literal? What are we doing? I also don't care about training montages. So between the Iron Tooth Witches and the training sequences, worst book in the series. Worst book in the series. However, without that book, we could not have gotten Queen of Shadows. And Queen of Shadows is like top tier read. Y'all are lying. I'm being lied to. This cannot be true. This feels like a lie. I am being set up. Ashton Kutcher I'm on punked. There's no way. It is. I think that it's the best because you get Rhysand and people really love people love Rhys, and I think like he's at his best allegedly there. People also have like this weird fascination with what's his name? With that stupid chapter that's about to come up for you, chapter 55 or whatever. But I would argue that the sex scene in Empire of Storms is a better chapter than chapter 55. I'm just saying. I think that the scene we got in Empire of Storms is better, and it's crickets. But Rhys definitely Hunt, Mr. Orion Altazar, whatever his name is. I would believe that his dick game is stronger than Rhys, and we don't even see Orion. We don't even see it. Don't even know what it is. And I believe that is better and stronger than whenever Rhys is going on over there. It is a very popular opinion and one I can't agree with. Of the original books, ACOTAR is definitely the strongest. Definitely the strongest. I mean, if we include A Court of Silver Flames, like it's the best, but I think like of the trilogy, it's Akamath is not that good. It's better than Wings and Ruin, but like marginally. Okay, you're enjoying the gods and goddesses. You're halfway through. Sounds very productive. You're so disinterested in Manon and Airfire that you would see. That's what people were saying. That's what here. I will say this, that I do not cry in books. I'm not a crier. It's not what happens to me. But when I was reading Kingdom of Ash, and there's a scene with Manon, I was on the verge of tears, and I said, "How do we get here? How do we get here?" I did not skip her chapters, but when I was tweeting about reading Airfire, everybody was saying they were skipping Manon, and then they had to go back and reread it because they thought she was just going to disappear, and she never disappears. And so I didn't skip any of her chapters. I slogged through it, but she did almost get me to cry in Kingdom of Ash. I will say that. I will say there was a moment. Maybe if I reread it now because she almost got me to cry, I would care. I would maybe now, but the first time through, definitely not. I still feel like this is an episode of Punked. Still feel like it's an episode of Punked. I'm happy that it was also your least fave. Yes. 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 Lightning Strike beats no. No, it's not. It's not. The lightning, it beats a mountain quivering. I'm sorry. Manon is a favorite character of mine, hence why Empire. I love Empire Storms. I think that my favorite book, and I do kind of want to reread just because I do want to. Apparently, you can read Empire of Storms and Tower of Dawn. Like you can do like I guess there's like a reading order with like the chapters, like a breakdown, so you can like simultaneously read both. And I kind of want to do that because I really like Tower of Dawn. I like Tower of Dawn. It's one of my. I think Tower of Dawn is probably my favorite. It's definitely like Tower of Dawn and Queen of Shadows is probably the peak of the series, but Tower of Dawn is up there. No, no. Cassian, no, 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 no. Definitely not better than Cassian. I had a good time. Like I had zero expectations, so I had a good time. If I had never continued on, I probably would have been happy. I don't know what you're disagreeing. I'm assuming it's about Akamath, but it's bad. When I read it, I didn't think that. So I would say I don't agree, but that's fine. I don't like how the are these I think they have Bible thin pages, which is what I actually really appreciate about. No, these are pretty normal. Um, what I liked about A Court of Silver Flames is that we didn't get Bible thin pages, which I appreciate because I think my copy of Crescent City has like really thin pages, and Tower of Dawn also has thin pages because it's one of the longer books, and they have very thin pages. You've only read Throne of Glass, but you want to finish the series. I definitely think it's her best completed series. I think that you can tell that she was working towards something, unlike ACOTAR, where there doesn't seem to be any like what we're working towards. Um, I don't think that it works as a series. Like as individual books, maybe as like characters, sure. As a series, no. And it's too early to say on Crescent City, but I think that Throne of Glass is the best overall series. Could not stand Feyre. Yeah, I love Nesta. She's my favorite. Always was my favorite. Like I said, I am not a crier. So we were almost I was driving and I said, "Oh no, we can't listen to this. We can't listen now. I got to get home." We have done 3 sprints, I believe. I think. But I am not about to stop. I know I was definitely planning on doing one at 5, so like 3-minute warning for that one, I guess. But we can definitely keep going because I have nothing to do today. It's only like 3 o'clock, so we can keep going if people would like to. I like Tower of Dawn. It's a good book. Like Irene, Kaol, the Southern Continent. What is not to like? I mean, I think that Tower of Dawn comes at like a weird place because Empire of Storms. I think that's probably obviously when they came. Well, technically, I guess when Tower of Dawn came out, you like Empire of Storms already existed, so like you could definitely read them simultaneously. But I do think that Tower of Dawn is undercut by the fact that Empire of Storms has a cliffhanger that definitely leads into a Kingdom of Ash, and so um so like it does feel like a detour, but the actual content in the book I was a fan of. I liked it. I was here for it. I like Kale. He's my favorite. He's my little. I do think that as much as I guess as the kind of a spoiler, although I don't think anyone is shocked by this. As much as I appreciate who Kale ended up with, I do think that him and Dorian, that I was teased. I was teased. I was led astray. I was gaslit because there were some feelings there. It was very Bryce and Danica. It was very that. But it was worse because we actually like Kaol and Dorian knew each other for an extended period of time and we got to actually see them. So I definitely say that I feel baited and I don't forgive Miss Sarah for that at all. I am doing good. Happy you could join us. Exactly taste. Ready for the reading. This is not for you. This is not for you, Aaron. This is not for you. This is not like why? I mean, probably not. Probably like it makes sense. I need you to stop. No. Everyone, please tell Aaron to not do this while I pull up the timer because I need her to be bullied. I'm definitely advocating for cyberbullying. I mean, she's definitely not for everybody, but I will definitely take the lightning strike. I mean, it was also just better written. Like it wasn't Akasif levels because I feel like Akasif is definitely um her most like best written smut. It with air quotes as much as I think you can do smut well, but I think that of the more metaphorical situations, Empire Storms is better. But with that said, I'm gonna stop so Aaron can go read about the shaking mountains. Y'all be sure to cyberbully her in the comment section. Welcome back, readers. How did everybody do? I'm currently on page... I think I'm actually on page 132 now. Yes. Yes, page 132. So, about there. What does it say in the audiobook? 45%. So, again, I could probably finish this physically a lot faster, but I'm enjoying the narration. So I won't be switching to reading this physically anytime soon. So it's saying I have an hour and 57 minutes at my current speed. So we might just be here until I finish this book, which won't be too long. It'll be like 5:30. That's not too late to be reading on a Saturday. I'm okay with that. You made it to page 248. Let me see what that looks like. Since I have that book, I can do that. Page 204. That's a pretty big chunk of the book. That's a respectable page. Starting chapter 29. Is that what that just said? Out of 565. So doing good. Love that for you. Started Misfits by Michaela Cole. 36 pages in. 20 more pages of Blood Like Magic. 100 pages of Elantris, and you're done with Sanderson for today. Not falling asleep. What are you reading? What are you reading? 11, because you got a package nail polish. Okay, from what brand? What are the colors? Feel free to give us more. You made it to page 445. I could also read this faster with your eyes, but you don't imagine switching. You used an Audible credit for this? Because aren't her books Audible exclusives? Aaron, please. I'm going to need you to give it up. I need you to give it up. We are once again requesting that you leave the chat. Just leave. Just leave it. Just leave it. Ask Amazon for your money back. Oh, your library has it? Okay. Maybe it's just her. I know some of them are Audible exclusives, so I'm happy it's from your library. 38 pages left of Jade Legacy. Love that for you. Your goal is to read to page 405 by the end of today. I think you can do it. We're going to be here for a while, so you'll get some more pages in here. Next sprint, before I get too far ahead of myself, will be 45. Took a break, but you just got over the halfway point of Burning God. On page 85, you're going to make a snack and listen to Blackwater Sister. You're kind of bored, though, because nothing is really happening. That's what I'm telling you. Nothing happens. Nothing is going to happen, Aaron. The book is not good. The what is it? Like the hype for Akamath is for one chapter in the entire book, and that one chapter is not going to I think the part that really kills me is that, like, if you're like an actual adult who has read books, then the little titillations in that book are not going to be enough for you, which is why I think that it's fine for children. Like, for children, it's a little scandalous. But if you're a whole adult freaking out over that chapter, I question. It's good. We had issues reading physically, but you're getting into it. 12 pages read. Some leftover pizza. Hello, you just got here. Almost done with Luster. I need some water. Okay. By Raven Leilani. 23%. The sprints are helpful. Love that. No. Just no. I need you to give it up. Just to save your mental health. Just don't do it. Just quit while you're ahead. And you're not even ahead. You're still very much behind. Because just stop. Just stop now. Just stop. You're reading a nonfiction book that your friend from college wrote? Oh, I would just DNF it. Just DNF it. Just DNF. You want to get through half of the book. I have faith in you. You want to get to part 3. I still have a bookmark. This one right here is from when Aaron and I attempted to buddy read last year. So I made it to page. No, I think that's where I was supposed to stop. I was supposed to get to page 106. There's no way I got to page 106. I refuse to believe that. But part 3. I don't know if I'm actually going to. Oh, what do you know? So you want to get to page 366. Interesting. Okay, love that for you. I don't know where. I'm not going to find chapter 13, but interesting. You're rewatching Attack on Titan, but you might start Children of Virtue. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now, do not read Virtue and Vengeance until book 3 has a release date. Just don't do that to yourself. The new collection from Hollow Taco, there are winter shimmers with a navy and lavender creme. My bad. Love that for you. I have some Hollow Taco. I think they want your actual name. Simply, exactly. You love Simply. Who doesn't love Simply Illogical? I don't know, but I would like to finish this book. So, a while. I'm not gonna be like Aaron. I got a notification from Aaron that she was going live yesterday, and I said I'm not gonna do any reading. And then I glanced back at YouTube, and it was like 6 hours later, and Homegirl was still reading. And I said I'm really happy I didn't click on them sprints because I wouldn't have had it in me. But for a while at least, I want to mostly finish Anna K way because I don't think I'm gonna read tomorrow. So chapter 55 is not that girly. She's just not. You're hoping to get to at least 40%. Y'all are making just don't. Just don't. Just don't. Not something sassier. I tabbed 50 words for rain right here. So it's gonna be a 4-day read. You'll love to see it. Yeah, that's what we got. 4-day read. I was thinking because I hate myself. I already have 12 books for the secret project, and Patreon is getting a 2-book project. So those are going to be chunky. My days are going to be very limited. But I was thinking for Blackathon, I think one of the challenges is to like daily vlog. And so I might do a daily vlog of me reading 50 words for rain and feature this in another vlog. Because the vlog this was featured in, I think I'd like read the whole book. And so I was just like wrap up thoughts. But the choices book for next month is Opal and Nev. So I think it's the first full week of February. So I think it's like the 7th or something. I might do daily vlogs where I read these. I don't know. Let me know if the chat thinks that's a good idea. I've never really daily vlogged. My life is not interesting. They'll be very boring, but we could try it. Mayhaps. You've been wanting to try Hollow Taco. I enjoy the things I have used from them. I think I have like a unicorn skin and a like their glossy top coat. I'm team printer paper, so it's unofficial. You have to be in the know. Like I said, I have the unicorn skin topper, and I think I have the flaky hollow topper and their top coat. Those are the things that I purchased because I also purchased right around the time like I won't say they had just launched things, but there wasn't a lot. There wasn't a lot. So I've been looking at every launch, so I'm like, those are all very pretty things. But I work in food service, so like I can't have painted nails because nobody wants nail polish in their salad bar. So sadly, they don't get used. So it's probably a good thing I didn't waste a lot of money on Hollow Taco. I wouldn't say waste because like that they're good products, but I wouldn't have used them. Daily vlogging is fun. You were thinking of just doing science fiction, fantasy, and contemporary. I say do what you do. Just do what you do. That's a good idea. You have Opal and Nev. It'll be interesting to see your thoughts. I love Opal and Nev, so I might do that. Oh, you're good. You are fine. Would love daily vlogs. You're interested in those kind of vlogs. Look, I that would require me to do too much. And I also eat this well, typically I eat the same thing every day. And I already made the chili for the weekend. That's gonna be my weekend meal. And so everything else for that week would be very boring. So I would say no to the cooking montage. I also here's my thing. I like reading logs because it's easy to keep them about the book, which is why we're all here for the books. Um, and so when I see people like come shop with me or like here's my coffee montage, I'm just kind of like, okay, you made coffee. Like, I'm not gonna make coffee the way that you just made coffee. I'm not. But thanks for like I don't know, maybe. Maybe that's the thing I didn't like about the day like the idea of daily vlogging because it's like I don't know. And the only reason I was entertaining it is because with Miss Busy, she'd be reading 100 pages a day or to the nearest chapter for her buddy reads. And so I was like, well, at least I'll have 100 pages of content to talk about for at least 4 of the 5 days or whatever. There are some Sarah J. Maas books I need to spray the edges of. I could do that. The toppers of any exactly. Mhm. Oh, damn. Well, that person clearly was not say certified, or they were working the very sketchy. They were going to somewhere sketchy. If you're finding nail polish or fake nails in your food, you are eating at a sketchy location. Because if you are handling food, you should not have no kind of acrylic, no kind of nail polish, nothing on your fingernails. That's the I don't know. I hate that for the people. Whoever found that, you don't love to see it. But it's like a minute warning, 2-minute warning until the sprint at 45. So maybe I'll try the daily vlogs. I'm not gonna pretend that they're going to be revolutionary, that they're going to be lengthy. I don't think that they are going to be the best. And I think what I'll do is I'll do the first day, and then if it's horrible, it'll just become a weekly vlog. We'll see. I, I don't even remember who that person is. So clearly I didn't care about it. They should technically, but it varies in some states. You don't have to wear gloves for like raw food because then the person theoretically is going to cook it. I personally have no interest in touching like food that is meant to be cooked, like you can technically handle with your hands because it's going to be cooked. And so the bacteria in theory should be destroyed. And in theory, you should also be washing your hands between individual tasks. So if I touch some chicken, then I need to wash them before I do something else. So like in theory, like you should be fine. But also like just wearing gloves makes your life easier. This is me. This is me. This is very much me. But it is 45. So I'm gonna pull up our timer again. And then we're gonna do some reading. It'll be fun. Welcome back, readers. I am 57% through my book on page 164. Love that for me. Yeah, so that's where I am. Let's see where you guys are. Let's see here. The audiobook is taking too long. You might actually switch to the physical because you're already at 2.7 speed. Listen, I've been listening to this book at 3 times speed for the past 3 hours. Still not done. So I feel, but I also wasn't. I'm not surprised because I definitely knew it was going to take 4 hours to read this, and I have an hour and 33 minutes left. So, but you're on page 475. If I remember correctly, Instagram said that you read the infamous chapter 55 recently. So, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? 226 pages at time. Page 276. I don't care about that man ever. So, hate that. I mean, when he was introduced, I was like, oh, this is what we're doing. You made it to page 202. 26 pages. Everything is happening so fast. You can't keep up. 28 pages. I mean, for Aaron, I don't know. I haven't listened to a Sarah J. Maas on audio. So I'm at 62% of the audio, but you switched to your library science textbook because you felt guilt over not doing your homework. Well, sounds productive. A little over halfway through, another 30 pages. Wow. Wow, I feel lied to. I feel lied to. A whole six, is that 6? No, that's 7 chapters away. You have 5 pages left of Jade Legacy. There have been several tears during the sprint. What? You said in the last sprint that you had like 11 pages. What is even happening during the last? What page does this end on? This ends on page 713. So let me go to page 702. Oh, yeah, I don't know what you're crying at here. But okay. Interesting. You knew it was coming, but it hurt. Of course, Aaron is looking for tears. Of course. 6. Oh, you had 30 pages left. Okay. I'll have to do the math on that later. 6% again. Is chapter 48 the one with the bed scene? If so, iconic. I don't remember. The way that, again, the Akamath to me is just bad. It's a bad book. Akamath and Aka War are both horrible books. Horrible. Aka War is low-key even worse. I would say this little controversial. If I were to rank the ACOTAR books with the original trilogy and Frost and Starlight, like that's what we're working with, I would put Frost and Starlight in the number 1 position. 23 pages. You have to leave early because it's getting late. Have fun. You got 30 pages. It is the one with the bed scene. It really is. Like, Sarah dropped the ball so hard. That series went down like a lead balloon. And I remember reading it, and I was just like, this is not the moment. This is not the movement. I gave ACOTAR 4 out of 5 stars, and I stand by my 4 out of 5 stars. It is very controversial, but it's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. One, it's a novella. One, Frost and Starlight is a novella, so there can't be. Okay, here's the thing. Let's talk about it because again, it's a novella. Two, Miss Sarah told y'all it was going to bridge you into a transition away from Feyre as a main character, and it does that because we have multiple perspectives. And three, I mean, I will say that the third point, um, I would say is the only reason that this third point is less valid is because Silver Flames exists. But A Court of Frost and Starlight does set up an Illyrian rebellion. It sets up something that would have been fascinating to read about. However, however, she does nothing with it in Silver Flames. So that's the only knock I have against it. Otherwise, it's the best one in the series. If you want plot, you have to read Throne of Glass. If you want plot, you have to read Throne of Glass. And again, people say that like Heir of Fire is where the series makes a turn, but I think that series turn really happens in Crown of Midnight, because Throne of Glass is just like a little bit of a throwaway situation, I would argue. And then from Crown of Midnight on through Kingdom of Ash, it's plot, plot, plot. So if you want plot, you got to read it. But I don't want you reading that. So I am once again asking you to dispense with your sunk cost fallacy. It's okay if you bought those books. Just unhaul. Just unhaul. You can still get clicks and views. You can get clicks and views in an unhaul. You don't have to read those books. That's because one doesn't exist. One doesn't exist. There is no plot. The ACOTAR books are like the ACOTAR books is just characters moving around their life. I would argue that Silver Flames has a plot, but I guess I take it back. If you want plot, you have to read Throne of Glass or you have to read Crescent City. Crescent City, I would argue, Aaron has already read it, but I know there's a couple people in the chat who were here earlier who were saying that they have never read a Sarah J. Maas. They don't have any interest in reading a Sarah J. Maas. And I think if you're one of those people that has never read a Sarah J. Maas, I would tell you to start with Crescent City because one, it's low-key a standalone. If you ignore the epilogue, you don't have to continue after you read that book. And there is a plot. I didn't enjoy it. I think that how that story wraps up is a little juvenile, a little foolish. But I'm gonna ignore that comment for right now. But I would just argue there. But also Throne of Glass has a plot. Oh, for sure. Because Throne of Glass actually has a plot. Like there's actually like you can tell that Sarah was trying to write towards something. When there started to be this like inter-fairy war in the ACOTAR books, it came out of nowhere. Don't. Plot twist, Throne of Glass and Kingdom of Midnight were actually just more novellas like Assassin's Blade. I don't like maybe Throne of Glass, but I don't think that we need to cut nobody a break for writing a book at 16. Like apparently Sarah wrote that book at 16. She published it when she was a young person. I mean, she wasn't 16 when she published that book, but she was younger. But Throne of Glass, I think, is really the only one that feels like part of the collection. But Assassin's Blade was the first time I gave it Sarah J. Maas 5 out of 5 stars. So I don't know what that says about me. She does need to cease and desist because Aaron is going to be the same. This is the same Aaron that her. This is gonna be the same Erin at the end of the year that's gonna be complaining about her rating. It's like, "But, oh, I hated everything I read. This is another meh reading year." And it's like, "Sis, bestie, 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 we told you not to do this." I love the way people because Aaron like, here's the thing, Aaron don't spoiler alert, Aaron does not know her own reading taste, and so she'd be like, "I like to give things a shot. I like to give things a thingamajig," and it's like, that's great, read outside your comfort zone all you like, but at the same time, we know you're not gonna like it, like, you have to trust people, and Aaron don't wanna trust people. Aaron thinks we all out to get her. Why not Catwoman? We can read Catwoman together. It's still sitting on my Sarah J. Maas shelf. Was her I don't know. I don't care either, but I'm just like, Throwing a Glass being the misfit in the whole series makes sense to me when I think about it that way. Yeah, she's been pumping out these books a little too quickly for my taste. I do appreciate the gap between House of Earth and Blood and House and Sky and Breath. And I'm okay that A Court of Silver Flames was also like I guess technically it's in the middle there, because it was House of Earth and Blood the next year, Nesta's book. But even then, I think it was nice because she had to alternate between her little worlds a little bit, and Silver Flames also standalone, allegedly. I don't think that Here's my thing. I think the only book that I've read from Sarah in recent memory that needed to be edited down was Crescent City. Like, is Akasif long for no reason? Sure. Sure, maybe. But at the same time, there wasn't like when the first 100 pages of your book are spoiled in your synopsis, why did I need to read those 100 pages? So I think that alone, we need to take Crescent City, House of Earth and Blood from 800 pages down to 700 pages just off top. Just off top. If you could convey all that same information in the not even the 4 paragraphs, in the 2 paragraphs that you get for a synopsis, I didn't need to read it. I didn't need to read it at all. Especially if it's going to play out precisely the way that it happened in the synopsis. So I think that's the only book that I have some real major issues with that needed to be edited. And then those Akatar books, the first one I had really a time. The next two I think were just bad. So I don't think there was any editing down that would have saved them other than it being a duology. But even then, I am oftentimes not a fan of duologies, so that might not have even saved it. But I do think that it's when you read Akatar, it's very clear that those books were not intended to be some fairy war, and that's what we got. So I don't even know if I need editing down, but I need things to be edited in. Like it could still be long, but I need you to edit in the idea that this is going to be a fairy war book. My top 5 Sarah J. Maas books across all of her series. Um 5 is such a big number. I think that the only 3 that really stand out to me are, of course, A Court of Silver Flames because Nesta is my girl, so I can't really give you like, I think, sure, you could edit Silver Flames down, but do I want her to? No. Then Queen of Shadows, because Queen of Shadows is that girl. Queen of Shadows did the thing. Tower of Dawn, Empire Storms, and The Assassin's Blade. I think those are the only Sarah J. Maas books I've given 5 stars to. I think. I think I also gave A Court of Frost and Starlight, but that's a novella, so I won't count it. If I did count it, we would get rid of Assassin's Blade. I don't know. I think so too, but I think that about a lot of people. So sometimes it bothers me, sometimes it doesn't. It bothered me in Akamath and Aqua War. It bothered me not so much in like Throne of Glass. So if book 1 is Beating the Beast and book 2 is Hades and Persephone, what is book 3? I would agree that book 3 is a mess. But I also don't here's the thing about calling book 2 Hades and Persephone's. I don't think that I don't know if I would call Akamath a Hades Persephone. I know people have. I don't know if I personally would. Also, at this point, I guess we'll do the next sprint at 30. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep talking. But I I think it's a very lackluster. Maybe it's because again, I have too much respect for Hades to say that's Resand. And I hate Resand with every fiber of my being so much. Like Resand has never done anything that was actually in Feyre's best interest ever. And I think that's kind of what is at the core of the Hades and Persephone story for me is that yes, Hades wants this girl, but at the end of the day, he also was like looking out for her. Like he has her like best, I don't know if best interests, but he like his needs do not eclipse her needs all the time. And Reese has never done anything for Feyre that did not service him. From when they made that little dealy deal under the mountain, that wasn't for her. That wasn't for her. That wasn't for her. I don't care about Tamlin either. Like the thing, I think that Feyre needed to end. Again, I am so. Here's the thing: once you have read A Court of Silver Flames, and you see that this man again is continuing to hide shit, he like once like Reese continues to hide shit that Feyre just should know. Like she should know things that this man doesn't tell her, and so it's just like what's the point? I would have much rather this book ended like the series ended with Rhysand dead, decapitated, rings whipped from his body. She didn't need to be with Tamlin. Feyre didn't need to be with nobody. I also think that like every time I think about how people describe Feyre, it's weird to me because I also think that people present Feyre as I mean, is she stupid? Yes. Head empty, no thoughts, just vibes. But she also definitely knew she was killing a fairy. Like she wasn't completely stupid. Like she is head empty, no thoughts, just vibes. But she knew what she was doing when she killed that little when she killed that wolf. She knew that was a fairy. She took out the only weapon in her quiver that could kill the thing. So like she would have been just fine. She would have been just fine on her own some with no Reese, no fucking Tamlin, just her ruling over the I guess she can still rule over the night court or whatever. Yes. Yes. Here's the thing. I hate wings. Wings and tails, there's nothing sexy there. I wanted that man to get his wings ripped from his body. No more wings. Sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. Cassian, he can get his wings ripped off too, for all I care. I love him more. Cassian's that man. He got the biggest dick in the night court. But listen, that Cardin's tail is the thing for me is that like Cardin's tail went from I hate this about myself to using it for foreplay in 2 seconds. The Cardin from the first book into the second book is the same shit that Sarah J. Maas be doing. Like they all do this foolishness. Why? Why? Go away. Okay. Definitely was too specific. Was very convenient. I didn't care about nothing that happened under the mountain. As soon as we disappeared under the mountain, didn't care no more. So that's where I stand. That's where I live. Yeah, it don't matter because again, Cassian, he got the biggest dick in the night court. Sorry, Cass. Sorry, Reese. Sorry, Reese. Yeah, yeah, he was using it for some foreplay, and I was done. I was not for me. I checked out. I said, no, this is not the same Cardin I was just reading about. But it is time to read. Let's get into productivity mode and let's knock out some pages. Welcome back, readers. After some technical difficulties, we read for a little bit over 25 minutes. Maybe it's 26, who knows? I'm currently 68% into this book. I just hit page 200. I think I can do one more sprint and then I'm going to want to stop reading. So I think we'll do our last sprint starting at 10 because we've been here for 4 hours now, which feels very, it feels long, a little long. And I think that's a nice place to, wrap things up. So we'll do one more so we don't just surprise we're done. So yeah, so I'm at 68%. I am enjoying this just as much the second time as I did the first time, which is all I can ask in a reread. It's all I can ask. So yeah, I'm amused. So I guess I'll just wait. Let me to see how you guys did on your sprint. Just hit part 2, Air of Fire. I refuse to believe that Kale's chapters were a drag. But again, like that whole book is just like I don't remember anything that happened there because I hated Manon so much. Just did 32 pages. You're ordering food, so one more is perfect. 36 pages. You love this book. Michaela Cole is incredible. You're at page. What? I'm assuming you read 44 pages and now you're at page 515. Okay. I was trying to do the math because it wasn't working. 36% because Manon is horrible. Like that's like I don't know what you want from me. Here's my issue with Manon. I could not for the life of me understand if the iron teeth, iron whatever witches, if that was like real, like they were really out here walking around with like these super sharp metallic teeth and nails, or if it was a metaphor. And either way, it was too much for me. I was also just like, I personally am not invested in witchery in this world where we like it was just fae. I do think that like you could I guess in a way it was kind of like her little early foray into a Crescent City situation where you get to have all of these fantasy creatures living together. But the witches didn't even do any like witching. They were just like looking for the last Cochrane Queen to like murder or something. It was like the whole Iron Legion was stupid. So I didn't care about Manon, and then it just is what it is. But it's okay. When I got to Kingdom of Ash, she almost made me cry. So I came around, but Air of Fire, horrible. Horrible. At the start of chapter 53, I decided to take a break since your goal was to finish the book and you did. Okay. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Is like, here's my thing. So I read that book very early in 2021. And for literally the rest of for the first like 3 or 4 reads I finished after Jade Legacy, I was like, this was a really good book. But was it Jade Legacy? And like, even to this day, when I think about like endings to series, I'm just kind of like, but was it Jade Legacy? Jade Legacy changes you. It changes you. There is like nothing you read as a follow-up is going to like you would have to go to like nonfiction. You would have to pick up like a memoir, a picture book. It would have to be so vastly different to like get you out of that headspace. 71 of 112. You'll finish this book without napping, so I'll help you. I have faith. You know what's too much? The Yellow Leg Witch Clan actually. Nothing about the witches was good. Nothing about the witch. Nothing. You have 110 pages left, so 3 more sprints. Okay. Um, well, I can give you 1 sprint. You're gonna have to watch some replays for the next 2. You'll have to corral a Zoom together. I don't know, but I'm here for 1 more sprint starting in 8 minutes. You were gonna try and hold off from reading it for a couple of months, but you couldn't wait. That's fair. Finish chapter 3. You might have to something. It has to be just the complete opposite. I am also still dying. Read a romance maybe. I mean, again, I don't know what you could read after and not be like, but was it Jade Legacy? I personally don't know if such a book exists. You're gonna have to read the rest on the I don't know. Not the chicken be did you like not take the chicken out to thaw? Like what is what happened with this chicken? What happened with this situation? Read a middle grade maybe. Again, maybe just don't read. Go watch a movie. Put on your favorite TV show. Curl up with a YouTube video. That's what I suggest. I wouldn't even think about reading something until like tomorrow. Wouldn't even put together possibilities. That's just me though. Other people maybe were able to rebound faster. You thought you were going to the grocery store, but that didn't happen. Mm. You're gonna have to read the rest of the Greenbone saga. When I finished the first book, I didn't feel the need to know what happened next. I will say that I think that the series gets better as it goes on. I think that Jade City is fine. I gave that book 3 stars. If you like the political dynamics, if you want to read about fantasy diaspora, Jade War is going to be a step up. If you I don't say that I wouldn't say that Jade Legacy gives you answers per se, but it gives you it it's weird. How do I say this? So like you continue on this like really up close view of everything playing out, just going about these lives. Things are clearly happening. But it's like the eventually we kind of get like this top down view and you get to see how all of these like small moves have played out and how the tables are actually going to turn. It's just masterful. So I think that if you are okay with the series playing, I think in the long game, the Greenbone Saga is perfection. Individual installments are like fine, but it's the culmination of the installments that I think make it worth reading. But I also don't know if I wouldn't say that it's entirely fair, I guess, to be like, oh, the series overall is good, but the individual parts are like whatever. I do think it's a little bit more fair because it's like a trilogy. I'm asking you to read 3 books. That's it. I'm not asking you to be like the Wheel of Time. I need you to read 15 books. But like, it is what it is. You've seen so much love. I think you should. I think, like I said, overall, I think the story is perfection. Individual, like Jade Legacy on its own is fine. Jade War on its own is fine. Jade City on its own is fine. Like they're just like okay. Well, not Jade Legacy. Jade Legacy is like I said a masterpiece. But the first two are just like fine, good books. They're really solid. They're serviceable reads. It's really the culmination and seeing it all together that I think makes it truly a great series that people should read. But that's just me. And again, because as I thought they got better as they went. So I think that if you don't like Jade City for whatever reason, if you gave Jade City at least a 3 stars, I would say even if you give it at least 2 stars, it's worth continuing on. If for some reason you needed to DNF the series at Jade City, just stop. Just don't. I would not tell you to keep going if you gave it a 1 star or you DNF'd it. But if there was something that you liked that you read in Jade City, I do think that it's worth continuing because that thing that you liked isn't gone. It'll come back, whether it's Hilo being unhinged, whether it's a There is a character death in Jade City. Not gonna tell you who, but somebody does die. That person don't come back so much. But overall, if there's something you liked in that first book, it's worth continuing on. I suggest it. I think there's a read along. I know they just read Jade City, so you're gonna be a little bit behind. They are a little chunky, but it could still be worth it. It could still be worth it. Just because the readathon is happening now. I mean, I'm assuming that those live shows will stay up, so you can just read it at your own pace and then go back and watch their discussion at your leisure. It's not the quite the same feeling of community, but do what you want to do. I currently am doing my own little, like in January, there was no Royal Readathon. I did my own little Royal Readathon. And in February, this challenge isn't happening, but I said I'm gonna do this challenge anyway. So you can do things at your own time. Also, 2-minute warning until we go to our last sprint. Gonna finish off strong. Oh, then just I mean, if that's what turned you off, yeah, spoiler alert, that was definitely final. Um, I will say that that person does occur, like there is a moment where you get to see that character again. But it's not like that character is resurrected, is it's not that kind of series. Can we thank you, webcam? So like you'll get a moment with that person, but if that's what turns you off, I do think that that character is definitely part of the legacy aspect of the series. So that will play in. Listen, my friend Justice was really rooting for this character to come back, was like pointing out all of these like theories, and she had the red string up and she was like, this is my conspiracy. And I really want people to understand that when Fonda kills somebody, Fonda kills somebody. That there's the magic in the jade, but ain't no jade that powerful. Although, although there is a character that could have like he was doing some shit with Jade, and I said, I don't know if you should be able to do that, but they did it. Take that how you will. She really was. Listen, that it is. It was. Yes, although because there is a character in there's a moment in Jade War, the sequel, where a character should be just and they weren't. Like they got snatched back real quick. So in theory, Jade could do it, but they actually killed him. However, it is yeah. I mean, Danica stayed dead. Although spoiler alert, I want Danica to be resurrected so bad. Danica, come back to me. However, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the sprint so we can get our last sprint out of the way and we can chat for a little bit when this is done. Welcome back, everybody who is still here with us. That was our last sprint. An Anna K is a reread for me. I read it for the first time last year, but it's also our, what is that? Choices Book Club book for the month of January. So, live show will be next Saturday. And yeah, I'm having a great time. I'm probably going to read the rest of this physically since that was our last sprint. So, and there's only like 60 pages left. But feel free. So, with you guys, I listened to 233 pages with you guys. I'm going to call that very productive. Again, Aaron. Say it with me. I told you that book was not for you. I told you chapter 55 was not that girl. I need you to quit. I am looking out for your mental health, okay? It's about to be Black History Month. I need you to put Aaron first. And reading these books is not for you. It's not. It's not your ministry. It's not your gospel. I need you to quit. Thank you. I need you to quit. I need you to quit. I think here's my thing. When I think of like again, I said this on Wednesday night, and if I was 16, 17 years old watching Skins, then I could read what Sarah J. Maas wrote in that book. Would I give it to a 10-year-old? No. I wouldn't give it to a 10-year-old. But would I give that to a 16-year-old, a 17-year-old? Yes, I think that's fine. I think it's fine. 44% made it past the 40% mark, so it was a success. It wasn't, but I'm pretty confident. Feel free to go on Goodreads to see if this is accurate, but I read ACOTAR gave it 4 stars. You read ACOTAR gave it 2 stars. I read 8 Sarah J. Maas books. Well, technically 9 via ACOTAR, but I read the entire Throne of Glass series, and I had a wonderful time. I read 3 of those books in a 24-hour period. Had a wonderful time. You have never had a wonderful time with Sarah. So I had more reason to believe that it was my ministry than you have ever had. And that's the truth. You finished your book. You love to see it. You read 177 pages. Iconic. 26 pages. I think after reading most adult romance, any romance, especially if it's Kindle Unlimited, anything as an adult, like chapter 55, it's nothing, which is why I think it's appropriate for the children. I think it's fine. Like that is a beautiful little moment for 17-year-olds all across this world. I am. It's what a bestie does. It gives for people who are new to exactly. It's giving, like, if you have never read a fan fiction, if you've never read nothing, sure. Again, which is why I think it's fine for children, because it's not Silver Flames, I would not give it to a child. Throat Goat Nesta, I would not give that to no child. But Feyre, sure. Feyre's for the children. That's for the little girls. You finished off Misfits, so great timing. You made it to page 400. 400, wow. 547, you love to see it. Me completely entranced in making my white boy tier ranking board for a video and I am looking forward to this. I need to go make sure I got the bell notification because that interesting. I will say that the abusive relationship portrayed in book 1 isn't written with the care needed for a young audience, which isn't her fault. I mean, I don't think that Sarah J. Maas here's my thing, I think that people give Sarah J let me not say give her. I think that Sarah thinks that she has written things into her narratives and people, ascribe things like, when I was reading after I read Crescent City in whatever time, people wanted to talk about how it was, like, this really moving portrayal of grief, and I don't think it is. I think that people are getting things from her books, and she thinks she is doing things in her books that aren't really there. Don't really know. But clearly Bloomsbury's gonna do whatever they want now because they own whatever she wants them to do. Let me put it that way, because her and Miss Turfling are the only two authors that get repeated promotion on the Bloomsbury channel. If you were just on Bookstagram and you followed that account, you would only think that Bloomsbury published two authors. Occasionally, recently, Miss Madeline Miller, because she's been on TikTok. Um, she's been on TikTok or whatever. Um, she, they'll post her. They'll post her. Here's the thing with nobody publishing. This is a conversation that I see on the AuthorTube side of BookTube a lot, and I don't see it discussed so much on like the regular bookish internet. But there has definitely been a shift in the time that I've been reading YA from a YA starting at 12 or 13 to like this oldery demographic, low-key adults reading the genre. Nobody writing a YA book today is aiming at a 12, 13-year-old. The only person who's writing for a 12, 13-year-old is somebody like a Rick Riordan. And I think that's another issue that his books have, where he is still writing for like his characters are old as fuck and they don't sound like it. Like when I was reading the Magnus Chase books and when I was reading the Heroes of Olympus, those are characters who are supposed to be 16, 17 years old, and they're not acting like 16, 17-year-olds. I was living with 16, 17-year-olds, and I was looking at these characters like, you do not sound anything like my cousin. And sure, a lot of those characters are, they're a little white, but at the same time, and my cousins are not, but at the same time, it's like these aren't like the person who's writing for the 12, 13-year-old is over in the middle grade section. Everybody who's in the young adult audience is writing for at least a 14, 15-year-old, usually a 16-year-old. So I'm not saying that that's where it starts, but I do think that like there is definitely a younger group in the YA that is not being serviced, but to act like they're the only group in YA that is like picking up a book, I don't know too many again, according to I've learned a lot since being on BookTube. I understand that people have been on, Wattpad at 13 years old, reading all kinds of filthy shit, which love that for them. That's their right. If your parents gonna let you be on the internet and you reading the filthy shit, that's on you. But at the same time, it's like when I was 13, I was not picking up no 600-page book. I was not picking up no 400-page book. So it's like I was also not going to the bookstore. I was going to my school library, and maybe it's because I was not a child in the heyday of Miss Sarah J. Maas. But at the same time, it's like I don't know. I don't know. It's very different. It's a very different landscape for the children today. When I was a child, I was reading the Marked series, and those aren't explicitly vulgar, but they're not clean, like they're not closed door. Like people were definitely fucking in the Marked books by PC and Kristen Cass. So it's like Sarah J. Maas is not the only author that's out here corrupting the youth, because they were definitely fucking in that book. And I definitely read Edward breaking the headboard when I was a child, because that came out when I was in 8th grade, and I was like, damn, he broke a headboard. So like books that have sex in them for a young adult audience has always been around. So like, and I think personally for me, Edward breaking the headboard and Rhysand making the mountains shiver and shake, they're half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. To me personally, I'm also not a parent. I'm in charge of no children. So that's on the parent side. What I think your child can read and what you think your child can read are very different. They're not my child. It's my word don't mean shit. Look, Nesta looked at that and she said it's too big, it ain't gonna fit. And then she went and she took it. And I said, love that for her. Okay. Then don't recommend it to your middle schoolers. But I was definitely reading about it. I have to admit the fanfic art exactly. I don't know what the children are doing now, but it's also not my job. It's not my job to parent the children, and it's not Sarah's job to parent the children. Bring it up to Bloomsbury. Maybe Saint. I think Macmillan is the distributor of her books in the, at least in the United States. You can bring it up to Macmillan. Allegedly. The old covers are in the YA section, and the new covers are in the adult section. I don't know if production is happening with the old covers or they're just trying to sell them until they're gone. I mean, children have access to a lot of shit that they don't need to have access to. But our YA separating teen and older teens, that doesn't make sense. So like 13 to, that makes sense. That does make sense. I mean, when I was a child, YA was in its infancy, so there wasn't YA for me to read. It was literally middle grade books and then adult books. I see. I agree with this. I think that I would agree with that statement. I would also agree with this because you can be in college at 17. That's fair. When I worked at Barnes and Noble, adult stuff was always accidentally. I mean, I do see that. I definitely be in the in the young adult section sometimes, and I'm like, that book is not like that's an adult book, but I mean, again, here's the thing for me is that like I grew up in an era where young adult was not a section in the bookstore. It was adult books and there were middle grade books. So I remember I read the fucking Da Vinci Code in 6th grade because my teacher was like, your reading level is too high. You have to read something that is going to challenge you. So I was out here reading the Da Vinci Code in the 6th grade, and I would not give the Da Vinci Code to no 6th grader. I just would like me today would not go up to a 12-year-old child and be like, here, read this book where in the first chapter, this man is going to whip himself in like ritualistic sacrifice for his cult. Where in like the prologue, the man is bleeding out in his stomach and we're like running through the city like fucking Tomb Raider. But again, it's like I can see that there are like now, I think that there are books for 12-year-olds out there. They just usually are published as middle grade. I think there's some middle grade that is perfectly fine for a 13, 14-year-old person, but it's like, oh, it's middle grade. Like those are like children's books. Is this all the categories are very broad. Yes, it is a very broad discussion. In the first book of the market, there's really a chapter where our main character walks in. Damn. Parents definitely need to take a closer look at these books because the author don't shelve the books exactly. There's no discussion how violence is more acceptable than sexual content. I mean, Mel is a child and they read Akatar. The old covers are out of. I'm so behind. I'm sorry, guys. I think as a parent, that you worry your child is in terms. I don't think that like a parent has to like read the book themselves, but I do think a parent could easily access like what is Akamath about. A simple Google search. I don't think they have to read it, but they could they could read a spoiler review on Goodreads. They don't ever like they're never gonna read it. But again, I'm not a parent. I don't have children to actually look out for. You're kind of restricted when they start going out and buying books for themselves. Yeah. Or like if they go to a library, I guess. But even then, like you can do a little Google search. When I worked in bookstores, the onus fell to us as sellers to help the parents out with replacement options. Yeah, I think that that also makes sense, assuming that, a parent is with the child. I know that when I went book shopping, there was no parent with me. Like, when I bought the Da Vinci Code, there was no parent like, "Don't buy this book." My parents were very much like, "If it's a book, good for you, you're reading something." You put book in sections, publishers tell them to put you in that again, that makes sense because I know that, like, when I get ARCs or when I'm just even on NetGalley, like, they tell you what the books are. Like, so I would understand that. Ooh, love that for the high school. Exactly. Exactly. You went from exactly. Pretty much. Like, everyone that read Alatsaway said it read like middle grade, not just younger YA. Interesting. I've not read Alatsaway, but I've heard things. 16-years are having sex, experiencing varying types of trauma, not fade to black. People have an issue with Akatar and because as YA because of the sex. I don't well, in the first book, I don't remember anything that happened in that first book. And I have repeatedly said I don't really mind because again, when I was an actual child, I read about Edward breaking the headboard. So like go on ahead, children, be free and merry. And I was like, in addition to like the weird fan fiction stuff that I read once I had a computer. We had children, teen, and adult when you went to high school, so from, like, ages to 10 and 14. Yeah, I think when the library I use now, like, the one that I'm always at that be constantly buying things, I think they had, like, a teen section, but it wasn't, like there was a bunch of weird things in that section still. You read Akamath when it came out and you were 15 when it's sold as YA, so I'm like, "Sure, 15-year-olds it can read it." I was, and Bloomsbury thought it was okay for that age, so my parents do not care that they're exact yeah, I think that's a lot of parents. Same, mom, I had no idea what I was reading. One time a Catholic school teacher saw me reading one of the marked by PC Cast book. Yeah. Like, I think that's really what it is. Like, my parents are very much like, if you were reading, then it's fine. It's fine. And I think if you're a parent, if you I think it's very different. Like, if you or like a bookseller or an actual like children's librarian and you don't think that it is acceptable for the person to read the book, congratulations, you do not have to guide that child in your care to read a Sarah J Maas, to read a book that you don't think is developmentally appropriate, and you can use your position to guide them to something that you think is relevant to their interests and isn't going to like I think with a lots of way we're so used to YA characters acting like adults that when a book actually has characters acting their young age, it reads like middle grade. I think that's true for some readers. I definitely think that some readers definitely forget that they are reading about children, but I also think that there are, at least with the books that I read that are YA, a lot of them are not actually children anymore. A lot of the books that I read that are categorized in the YA section, these characters be 18, 19, 22. Christine Riccio had characters get into like 26, 25 in her books. So like sometimes I'm reading a YA book and they are children and I have to remind myself like this is a little bit much, but yes, they are a child. Like these are actual children. Sometimes, especially lately, like after I would say 2018, a lot of the books these are not children, like they are actual young adults who are again like 18. You're going to be stupid. Like I'm not expecting no 18, 19, 21-year old to be making the best life choices ever. So like again, I do have to remind myself you are not an actual you are not, fully like your brain is still developing. But I do think that there is we said this before, there isn't a lot of YA that is actually targeted for the younger end of the people, like for a 15-year-old, for a 14, 13, 12-year-old. So I do think that for some readers, when the book reads young, it's like, oh, this belongs in middle grade. But I think that you can still tell when like it doesn't fit. Like those Heroes of Olympus books, no, 16-year-olds are immature, yes. They are children, yes, but they are not acting like that. They are not acting like that. Not every day of their life. They like, yes, characters are going to act like children, but that's not it. I think there is still a middle ground that we can hit. Once you discovered Hunger Games fanfic at 12, it was over. Not that. I don't think I've ever read fanfic for Hunger Games, but I also read The Hunger Games when I was in high school, and I don't remember being that blown away. I do think that The Hunger Games, for me, is one of those rare exceptions where the movies are a little bit better. Like, maybe a little bit. I think they worked really well in the visual format. Specifically, when you get to the last book and it's a lot of, like, propaganda, I do think that the movies handled that propaganda element a little bit better. There need to be more age categories like teen, YA, new adult, something. I do think that is I do think that if you are a parent and if you because I think a lot of this is actually about those 12, 13, 14-year-old books. I could understand how that would be helpful. To me as a like to me where I'm at now, I don't think however Barnes& and Noble, Books A Million, whatever big chain stores want to like categorize the books wouldn't change things for me materially. They can put things wherever they want to put things. For the parent out there who is worried about their children reading stuff that they don't want them to be reading, I think that parent is is interested enough to make sure that their children are reading something that's appropriate. So I do think that I think there are people on the internet who are worried about children reading things that they shouldn't be, but I do think that if their actual guardian is actually invested in them reading things that are appropriate, that parent like that person is putting in the work to make sure they're reading things that are appropriate. That's to me, if you are that overbearing, if you are that invested, you are going to put in the work. So I can help you. I can give you a little review on my channel, let you know my thoughts and opinions on Goodreads, but it's not my job. I'm not that person. You think, especially with the internet now, parents are going to think anything in books will be worse than what the kids see online. That's probably true. The thing is, while it's money grab, the publishers also no longer think it's appropriate for children, and that's why they were recovered and shelved as adult. I think I think that it was more I think that they were reshelved as adult because mm, I don't know if they were thinking it's no longer appropriate. I think they were just tired of people coming to them and saying these need to be in the adult section based on how people talk about Sarah J. Maas's books. Like, yes, this book is clearly adult. Clearly. Throat Goat Nesta left nothing on the table. I think for me, it's more like they were reshelved as adult because one, people complain about Sarah in a way that they don't comparing about literally anybody else. Because other YA books definitely have like sexual content in them, and they are living their best life over on the YA shelf. I think that it's really just I think because when I read Nothing About Yoke by Mary H.K. Choi is on the YA shelf, other than the fact that it's published by Simon Teen, because that book could just be general adult fiction. Those characters are nowhere near being a child. We are dealing with really dark and heavy themes that, yes, children go like there are definitely 16-year-olds out there with eating disorders, but I wouldn't say, oh, this is a lovely story about coming of age. Like if you have one sister battling cancer and the other sister battling an eating disorder, like nothing about that is going to be young adult, but you can sell more books as an adult, as a young adult title. So I think that the only reason they're in the adult section is because people have complained about Sarah for so long. And Sarah herself advocated for them to be not in the YA section. If those two things didn't happen, then she would still be over in the YA. Oh, clearly it's not invisible. Get the screenshot. Get the screenshot. Where was I? This one. This happening more in graphic novel section than YA. The target audience is similar. Most readers know what they want if they can't explain why it's for them. Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that happening. Once you started once I started Twilight fanfic and started reading all the modern romance authors, they were even published. It was over. Bye bye childhood. Damn. I didn't realize that. What did I do now? What did I do now? What is this? I have done nothing. I didn't do anything. The thing, a different point on the topic for Barnes and Noble in particular, I think they need to move the middle grade out of the kids section. I kind of agree. Kind of agree. Kind of agree. Kind of agree. I do think that, like, going into the kids section, I think Ellen Rose said they would put those books, so I kind of get why it's there, but I do feel a little awkward every time I have to, like, check out one of the I don't buy middle grade very often, but I do, um, tiptoe over there every now and again to see, if I'm actually gonna purchase one of the little middle grade books that BookTube won't stop talking about, and I do feel weird walking into the children's section with no child. That's the only time I feel weird in the bookstore. I also think because of Crescent City, yeah, I think that also had something to play into it. But I think that it helped that you couldn't deny that A Court of Silver Flames was not in a young adult book, and they were like, "Oh, we can make more money if we repackage the books that we already have that are already written." We had 4 books that you could sell now instead of going for, I think most, like, high-end YA books were going at, like, $20, at most, like, 19.99, 18.99 with, like, tax or whatever. So with an adult hardcover, you can now charge, like, 27. You can charge up to $30 for an adult book. So no middle schoolers walking to the kids section for fear of being seen and picked on. So they go to the teen YA section to look cool. I could see that because I understand that I look foolishness walking over there. But I do think there are some really good books over in the kids section for them. Go get you some Uncle Rick. Go get you some Mildred Taylor. Go get you some of those other people over there. She wrote Akatar as an alt book. They decided to ignore her. But why, Monty, do you think people are safe towards Sarah J. Maas, like in a way they aren't towards Cassie Clare or Lee Bardugo? I think that a lot of the Cassie Clare hate already happened. So when I was a child, an actual child, and all she had written was the Mortal Instruments books, there was a lot of lingering animosity about that woman from when she was in her little fan fiction bag. So I think that the era where Cassie was getting hate happened. Like, I will never say that that woman did not get, like, people. I think there are definitely a lot of people who are my age and older that do not fuck with Cassie Clare, and they don't want to fuck with Cassie, and she is just over there living her best life no matter what. I think that it helps that Cassie Clare and Lee Bardugo, well, Lee Bardugo, I think, is just like, she be minding her business. The most horrible thing she ever did was allow some random Asian racism in her little TV show that didn't make no sense for a little razzle dazzle. But Cassie Clare, her books aren't like, the sexual content there is not, like, it happens. Like, there's one sex scene usually per series. In the Mortal Instruments, they fucked in hell. In the Infernal Devices, it was like a cave situation, and then in the Infernal, it was like one. There's like one. But I do think that Cassie got hate in a way that Sarah did, but Sarah came later. So Cassie was getting hate before everyone was really organizing on the internet like that. And like I said, Lee Bardugo be minding her business. She'd be minding her business. Exactly. The Hunger Games was nothing spectacular. Like, I had a good time with them in the games, but outside of the game, here's my thing with the Hunger Games. My biggest issue with the Hunger Games is that it's set in a post-racial America, allegedly, where Miss Katniss is supposed to be like 4 different ethnicities rolled into one, and they found the whitest person in the world to play her. And Suzanne Collins had nothing to say about that. Like, just nothing. Crickets to say. Crickets. Horrible. There was a whole district that was like black people. Nobody thought that was weird. All the blacks were in one district. Okay. So, like, there were elements of that story that are not good, I think. They are not good. Just not. And while the movies are also, like, not amazing, because again, they found the most white person in the world to play. So if you go read, here's the thing. If you, like, actually read the character description of Katniss Everdeen, and then you look at Jennifer Lawrence, it's 2 different people. If you read the character description of Star and you look at Amandla, that actually makes sense. Now, if you look at Amandla and you just look at the cover of The Hate You Give, there's a problem. Also, Amandla is like biracial, I believe, and and Star is not. But again, like the character description actually adds up. What Miss fucking Katniss is supposed to look like looks more like Amandla, allegedly. So it's just not for me. I'm happy for the girlies. Happy for the girlies. They're not stupid. I mean, there are they would have been perfectly fine with a Court of Silver Flames being mismatched. If you in the grand history since I have been on BookTube, I think I started watching BookTube in like 2010. I made my first BookTube video in like 2014. In the history that I've been on BookTube, actively looking at YA content, people talking about YA content for too long, honestly. There have been many a series where you will get a cover change and that cover is never going to match. It is just never going to match. Look how long it took for the fucking Ember Quartet to get matching covers. Took them a long time. Took them a long ass time for you to be able to get that ugly ass switch. So they would have been perfectly fine. And that's rare. It's rare for you to get the whole set after they done switched it up. Some series, like back in the day, there was like this YA fantasy, no, it was a YA sci-fi that had book one had one cover, book two had a different cover, and book three had a different cover. So they would have been perfectly fine with it being mismatched. The only reason that they gave them matching was because it was getting shelved as adult. If they were just going to leave them like over there and never print more copies and just leave them in the YA section, they would have been fine doing that. But because it was Sarah and people would buy them again to get them to match, they were like, yes, and we're going to charge you more for them. You think with Book Talk, also a lot of younger people are being exposed to books that are maybe not appropriate for them, but buy them because they're popular without knowing their graphic. I think that's definitely possible because if you look at a lot of the like TikTok books that I see that aren't like indie romances that are the traditionally published books that get hyped, a lot of them were just like adult books that were popular when they came out and are getting popular again, or were appropriate books for children when they came out and were popular and are getting popular again. As the oldest person in this chat, let me just say, I remember my cousin having a whole collection of Harlequin romances in her room, but I had to sneak them forever. But plus Forever and Wifey by Judy Blume. See, again, like there was definitely an era where there weren't like actual books written for people 12 to 13, 12 to 14. Exactly. Not who is advertising this? I don't know anybody who does that. That's misogyny. Exact. Who I think if you are a child of a certain generation, you can never forget the Cassandra Clare hate. I remember when the Poppy War came out and everyone was saying it was YA, and all the older booktubers were like, "No, that's not YA." That I think that happens with Sarah J. Maas a lot. It definitely does now. Definitely does now. I have never seen that either. I thought it was terrible about the black people living in agriculture and hated the casting. Why are you saying the movie is better? I'm saying the movie is better because I think like the first two movies are whatever, but I think that Mockingjay the book really clicked for me when I saw Mockingjay the movie because like the book is just kind of whatever, but I do think that the adaptation of that third book really solidified that yeah, this was meant to be in a visual medium. I don't think that it was like the books are bad, but I think that some stories just make for better adaptations because of it's not that the story was originally told in the wrong medium, but the medium that it's getting retold, like getting told in now, is just a better fit. And I think that the visual medium of film was just a better fit for that story, personally. Yeah, I think that's definitely part of the conversation. I'm gonna wrap this up at 15 because otherwise I'll talk with you guys all night. Every single one of your Ember books has a different cover. Not on the Books a Million website. Books a Million, you got to get it together. Yep, that first cover was very 2012. Very 2012. Oh, I mean, there are definitely people who haven't. Like, I know people who definitely did not rebuy their sets and they just went out to like Etsy and they bought a book jacket for like however much it is instead of repurchasing. I know that was also a thing for that book. I think it again, I think they only changed the covers because they were gonna be adult. The author of the Poppy War was called a YA author, and she called them out for assuming it was a YA. That happens a lot with the fantasy girlies. Let me not put it that way. For like the women who write fantasy, I know that happens far more often. Your grandmother gave you a Danielle Steele novel and you were like 14. Exactly. No one cares. They're like, if the child reading, it's good. You remember when the Poppy War came out and every week on Twitter she's putting out a tweet reminding people it's not YA? Damn. You hate to see. I mean, I guess that's the well, one, it's the thing you run into when you're a woman author in science fiction fantasy. But I also think that no, because I guess there are definitely male authors who write younger characters than adult fiction. But even then, I usually do side eye. I'm like, why am I reading this adult book about a child? Like, I don't know if I really need the adult version of this little child. Like, I expect the child to get up and grow older and mature. Yeah, I mean, I know that they do, but I still do question it. I do think it's weird. Danielle is still soft and sweet and not vulgar, nor is the mountain shaking, throat goading, come spewing like lava. I wouldn't know. I've never read a Danielle Steele. But thank you for the input on this, Aaron. I do see his books are usually the adult man that I see over in the YA section. J. Kristoff books definitely be in the YA section. It'd be Aurora Rising, Illuminate, Nevernight. And every time I'm like, this is weird. I remember when Dark Dawn came out, like the little last book, it was chilling in hardcover over in the YA section. And I said, this is a lot, sir. Every time you see I can't. So what I'm really hearing is that this is like the next video idea. That's just what I'm saying. You know that it's soft and sweet. You know this won't happen. Not never. See, exactly. We on the same brainwave. It could be like a Danielle Steele, Nora Roberts face off. Who's gonna be the winner? I definitely think YA opened up the market for more women to write SFF, but now people just assume that's what they're writing, even though they're getting more opportunity. I do see this. I think this is probably it. See, everybody wants it. Everybody wants it, Kayla. How, like, somebody has to deliver, and it's definitely not gonna be me. Definitely won't be me on this one. I want to read a Jackie Collins book so bad, but I can't ever find the first book in her little series, so it's just not meant to be. Not meant to be. Because science fiction fantasy was such a huge white boys club and women had to go to YA to write those categories. Yeah, it would be a game changer. See, the people have spoken, but it is now late. It is like 6:15. You would ask Jess to read Steele since she likes that's another option. I mean, I'm sure I could buy it, but I'm on a book buying ban. So my local libraries don't. They might have an ebook. I haven't looked at the ebook selections in a minute, but the physical book, no. But thank you for being with me. We've been here for like 5 hours now. I got a lot of reading done. You guys got a lot of reading done. We learned a lot. Thanks for being here. I will probably be live again next weekend sometime. Well, definitely for the book club, but also to do sprints because I have a very ambitious February TBR. So I will see you all then. I did not buy a January book. I did not buy a book in January. But I'm gonna go now. Wow. That too is an accomplishment. That's achievement unlocked. But I will see you guys again soon with another video. But until then, and until next time.